Hello and welcome back to Meat City Gaming. JD here with my achievement guide for Dig Deep in Jurassic World Evolutions 3. We will unlock this achievement for defeating the Badlands challenge on Jurassic difficulty. This is the 7th challenge in the game, and surprisingly, based on my medium difficulty playthrough, it wasn't that difficult. You would think they escalate as you go down the list, but this one definitely backed off on the challenge a little bit. As we can see, the Jurassic difficulty has a par time of 2 hours and 15 minutes, and that is just a goal. It is not a requirement for the achievement. So if we don't hit that, we're not going to worry about it. But of course, I am going to try. I'm going to do my best during the run to beat that par time. But even if we don't, we'll still get the achievement, so that's fine. The little trick to this challenge is that certain species have the Fussy trait. And that might sound similar to an earlier challenge we did where dinosaurs had the intelligent trait. But the difference here, what makes this easier, is that you can remove the Fussy trait through research. It's one of the traits of a dinosaur that you can actually prevent. So if you research the specific node and then you go in to incubate or synthesize any of those dinosaurs, you can take the trait that gives you Fussy and nullify it, bring it up to 0, or even make it positive, and then you won't get it anymore. Whereas I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any way to do that with the intelligent trait in that previous challenge. So the goal then, and the Fussy trait on its own isn't even that bad. The intelligent trait in the other challenge had big carnivores wanting to break out of their fences, even if they were perfectly happy, and attack your tourists. The Fussy trait just means they want more stuff. It makes their environmental requirements more challenging, which is annoying, but it's fine, right? You just may need a bigger pen, and you may need bigger water within the pen. So it's not that big of a deal, but there is limited space on this map. That is the one other thing that is happening, especially at the start. You start with a very small area, and as you reach certain milestones, the map unlocks and gets bigger. So just like all the other challenge achievement guides, what I'm going to do is just take a couple of minutes, show you the map, talk through what I think the strategy is going to be, what my approach is going to be to completing this challenge, and there will be chapters in the video. So if you want to skip ahead to the live run, you can do that. If you want to skip all the way to the end of my review of the 5-star park where I talk about what actually worked and if there were any curveballs or anything that came up that I wasn't expecting, you can skip there as well. But what we are going to do here, just really quickly, give the overall view of the strategy before the live run. So you can see very small area to start. This unlocks, I think, after we hit 2 stars, that first requirement. And then this area, I think it was 3.5 stars, is when this unlocked during the medium difficulty playthrough. So we have just the very basics: an arrival point, a science center, a response facility, and a control center. So there's a lot that needs to get done, and we don't have much in terms of funds in order to do it. That is going to be very restrictive. We had, I think, double that, maybe even a little more in the medium difficulty playthrough. So if we plan to do expeditions and get some fossils, and hopefully we can sell off fossils for profit, that will be a way to get money in. But we need to do everything that we're going to do. Do we start with any fossils? No, we don't start with any scientists. So, and let's see if we can go in here and find the Fussy trait. Here we can see it's positive temperament, and it costs 280,000 to research it. So what I did in my medium difficulty playthrough is I released a first batch of dinosaurs, got the park profitable, and then as soon as I could, I researched this, and I actually replaced all the dinosaurs. So I tranked them, sold them off, and replaced them with dinosaurs that didn't have the Fussy trait, so I could shrink down their cages and fit more dinosaurs in the park. That's going to be tougher to do with only 1.25 million. So we might have to put this off a little bit, but again, you research this once and then it's done. You can just get rid of the Fussy trait for the rest of the run. So that is going to be an early goal, but it might take a little bit of work to get there. And so then it's just going to be, can we build a park that's profitable, and can we get it to 2 stars in this limited area? So we'll put our infrastructure here on the side, and we'll turn this area into a big enclosure. We can get a bunch of herbivores in the park. And the other thing that you're going to need to do here is have juvenile dinosaurs. You need a number of like naturally bred or juvenile dinosaurs in the park. They will increase the rating. So we'll get that set up, and that should help us push to 2 stars. So with all that out of the way, let's get into the live run. Okay, first thing we want to do, as always, skip the cinematic intro, get into the game, and pause. That will prevent loss of time and money while the park is not up and running and profitable. So one thing that I'm going to start with doing, and this is one of those things that will, slow my run down and maybe prevent me from reaching the par time, something you can improve on if you're going to try and meet the par time. I hate dealing with terrain, with vertical terrain, like building fences, building parks around it. It's really, really annoying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some time and I am going to try and flatten the terrain as much as possible. This does not cost money. I thought it did. Maybe it was in JWE2. I know there are certain things you can do with the terrain that does cause it to cost money, but this looks like it's free. And so I'm going to take care of it now. I want everything to be flat and level because that just makes all the building way, way easier in terms of fences and paths and all the other stuff. Whenever you have something that the terrain's too steep and then you have to build around it or go around it, just not the part of the game that I enjoy. And so I'm going to deal with this now and get everything flat with the arrival point so that we can just build out from here on flat terrain and not have to worry about it. And then the other thing I want to do, I want to get this out of here, but I will wait. That I'm almost certain will cost money. And, until we get profitable, we'll hold off on that. Okay, so now we've got a nice big flat area. So in order to make some money early on, we want an expedition center so we can go out and explore for some fossils. So let's get the center built. And our first expedition requires a skill level of 2. Let's see if we have any beneficial scientists to get here. Altruistic salary, but only 1. Not quite what we're looking for. We've got a rating of 3. This person is very good and also cheap. They may be our winner by default. Positive influence is also good. Faster incubation, motivated. So I think it's going to be these 2. We might be able to get actual dinosaurs in the park here. Oh, we've got cheaper synthesis too. Okay, let's go here for now. And then I think these 2 will stick around for a little bit. They are very good candidates for my next 2 scientists. Okay, so in the gene modification, we can see here is our temperament trait. That's what we're working towards, but we need 9 skill in terms of the scientist. That is a big ask early on here. So we'll work towards that, but we're not there yet. Okay, so we do need a hatchery. That is an absolute requirement for getting the park profitable. So let's do that. And we want to spin it around here. And again, space is the main concern here. Certainly early on, we are very limited in terms of space. So anywhere I can save space, we want to do so. And then we will also need fencing. and a viewing gallery. And a ranger station. And a gate to get in. Paths to connect them. And this generator should power that fence. Okay, once that fence gets built, it should supply power to the viewing gallery. Ranger team. Okay, 731,000 left. Let's see if we can get our first expedition going here. And again, we have 2 skill, but we need to have things move. Okay, scientist is in the park. Does that mean we can go? Not yet. Oh, we don't have this researched. Okay, right. We can't go yet because it's not unlocked. Right, I forgot about that. That is an additional challenge here. And okay, we do need some more skill to research that dig site. It's only 70, so that's going to be fine. Let's make sure we get the right thing that we need here. We need to make sure we get up to 5 in logistics. Yeah, okay, they're both still here. So let's take positive influence and let's take cheaper synthesis. We are definitely going to be doing that. Okay, that should unlock some money from the park, and I don't think we can make any dinosaurs yet. Is that right? Oh, we can. Okay, we can start with the Edmontons and the Gallimimus and the Listosaurus. So let's see how much. Okay, let's get that research done first, and I do want to get that expedition. I think we're gonna need the money before we start making some dinosaurs. So let's get that going. Right, okay, that opened up a bunch of dig sites. So what is cheaper? 85, 56, 63, 137. Okay, we'll start with the cheap one. And great, we only need 1 to go. All right, they're off. Let's take a look at... Yeah, we can't make any of the dinosaurs while they're out. So we do want things like an operations center. We do want things like the Paleo Medical Center, but we are not quite ready to do it just yet. Okay, and now the big moment. Was it all worth it? Do we get some fossils that we can sell off here for some profit. 40,000. That is a bust. That's really bad. Okay, I'm not going to do that again. Let's see. Can we get some dinos in the park and get profitable here? And as we can see, every single one of these has the Fussy trait. Not something we're able to get rid of just yet. Oh, Humble and Fussy is an interesting combination. So we are going to... Let's do 4 and 2. See if we can get some juveniles going here.
Excellent job here. I mean, I know the dinosaurs are meant to be the stars of the show, but you are shining bright, my friend. Keep it up.
Okay, and now we can see the needs for the dinosaurs here. Let's get some water across the back. And they're going to want some cover. And some ground leaf. And some wetland.
The dinosaurs are really no different from us when it comes to their emotional states. Comfortable dinosaurs are content dinosaurs, and content dinosaurs are more likely to thrive.
Okay, I think as they finish expanding out here, they will be happy. Let's see if we can get to profitable here.
Ladies and gentlemen, our restroom is now open to use for whenever nature calls.
Okay, so we can see that worked. We got profitable, not by a lot, but that was probably not the right way to do it. I did spend a lot of resources on getting the expedition center up and running, and it did not give me the return that I wanted in terms of those fossils that we could sell for money. And so I am extremely low on cash now, and I'm kind of dependent on waiting for that very small amount of profit to come in and build up. I think the right way to do it would be to forget all that and just go directly into the hatchery and make the 3 dinosaurs that we can. And that would get the park profitable first with all of that cash that we had. And then we could expand into the expeditions. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to try these last couple of expeditions. I'm going to send the scientist out on them. And if we get a big return, if we get some fossils that we can sell for a couple hundred, we get back on our feet in terms of cash reserves, I'll continue this run with that lesson learned and keep it built in as something to consider for your own playthrough. If that comes back and fails, you probably won't see this because I'm going to restart the run and do it the way that I said, ignoring the expeditions early and just getting those 3 dinos up in the park. So let's see if this works. And of course, always be taking photos. Not much, 30K, but as you can see, we don't have much right now, so every little bit helps, and you can do that every couple of minutes to give a nice little boost in cash. Okay, there, the expedition is back. Oh, there we go. Okay, that was huge. So that worked. I think the run is saved. Again, I'd probably still do it the other way first, but getting 450K plus another 40, we basically got $500,000 there. That paid for everything. So we are in good shape now. We're going to continue the run. I think, barring something going really, really wrong, we are in a good spot. And all these are the packies. Okay, so let's get this cleared because we don't have a ton of space. So I am going to send out the next expedition, but they won't be able to return the fossils unless we're also clearing some space. Unfortunately, I have to send 2 to do this. So we'll go here, and always the positive influence to go faster. And then can I send another expedition with my remaining scientist? Let's see, 85. I think this other one was cheaper at 63. Yeah, so let's send you out on that. And as you can see, if your only goal is the achievement, then we're already in good shape. Now, we've got cash reserves, we got dinos in the park, and we're profitable. So you can just go slow and slowly build up your cash and your reserves, and you're going to be okay. One thing I will do before we get ourselves into trouble is I will get those other buildings down that we need. So let's actually slow down. Let's get a hotel to fix that accommodation rating. Yep, 100K. We've got enough for that right now. And we'll put this where we can get a view of the park. Let's actually bring the path over. Oh, and contracts. How could I forget contracts? What a rookie mistake. Of course we want contracts. Wow, firing a scientist for 115. We will take the Gallimimus.
More is usually better, especially when it comes to dinosaurs. Unless you're trapped with them, then not so much.
Oh, I do not want to lose the fossils. I'm not looking for the publicity rating boost. I'll take a little bit of a hit. I think that's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your...
Okay, a nice little 200K bump, give or take. That's fine. Okay, now we need to get a maintenance facility up and running. And we are going to get the paleo medical running as well. Okay, basic needs are all met. Let's see. Fossils are being researched. We need to have our maintenance operations up and running. And then the next thing we're going to do is, I think the Edmontons will get along with the Gallimimus. So we'll look to release them next. And actually, we could probably get rid of the Fussy trait now, too. If we get one more lucky strike on the expeditions with some extra cash, I may push for that early here so that we don't have to deal with it after that first little batch of dinosaurs. Okay, we have some Edmontosaurus getting ready for release here. I think they go well with the Gallimimus. I could be wrong on that, but we'll check before we release them. I think they get along, and that should also get us the bonus for the enclosure mates mission that we took. And as you can see here, we are kind of just skating on the edge of having cash reserves. Again, definitely would recommend you wait on expeditions until you've got those first 3 dinosaurs settled in your park on your run to make things much smoother. So the way we can check real quick is we can do an air release, and yep, we see that they are all happy. That is a good species to share the space with. They want pasture, water, wetland, and ground fiber. I think we don't have ground fiber, but everything else is good. So let's get that down for these guys. Yeah, they've got plenty of everything they need. Okay, so let's mix in ground fiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Edmontosaurus to the park.
You ever heard of a keystone species? It's one that has a disproportionate impact on their ecosystem compared to other organisms. You, my friend, are this company's keystone species.
And they might need some extra pasture too. Let's get that in. All right, we'll take our next contract. Always have a contract ready. Again, another little mistake I made early on here that you could avoid. Total juvenile population. Yeah, that's a big one, and we are going to need them. Let's see if we can get that researched. I think we can do the first. Yep, ground nest. Well, before we do that, we're going to need to do our staff center so that we can rest our scientists.
Confirming task. Adding to the list.
think... Yep, they both need a medium nest. And how much are these? 50K. So we can't quite... Let's not do that just yet. Okay, now we're ready for our nest. Let's get 3 of these down. Okay, the next thing we need is a path upgrade. We need more guests in the park to get the upgrade. And boy, that's huge. I usually hate to lose fossils, but 1 million is absolutely incredible right now. And we certainly can't pick the other option because we don't have 100K to give up. So, yep, let's do that. We'll take 1 million, and we're now in really good shape from a cash perspective here. Okay, all the scientists are back. I increased my scientist capacity. We got some fossils in. So let's get rid of that fussy trait now. And so we go into gene modification. We go into, here we go. We can see this is accommodating and fussy. And I think we probably need everybody. Oh, we could get away with one less, but we definitely want positive influence. We'll keep you off so you don't get exhausted. And also, we're going to switch to a power station. Refueling these generators is expensive. It does drain resources. So we're going to get a power plant up and running here as well. I probably should have done that first. Oh boy, 700 is a lot, but we need to. Refilling those generators is 300K every time. Although, let's see. I think there was a cheaper research scientist. Yep. Yeah, we are going to take them on. That will pay off over time.
It's a fine line in this business between a well-functioning facility and mayhem. Good infrastructure keeps us on the right side of that line. Okay, that should allow the power generators to cycle off and only be used if there is a power outage. And now let's get the Edmontons replaced. So we can see here, if we go to here, we should have very, very little chance of Fussy, and we'll even go up one more to get accommodating. And why are they upset? Missing ground leaf.
Okay, and great. We can see now no issues with the dinos. Let's go 1 male, 2 female. Okay, and we're just going to swap out the Edmonton. So I am going to trank the ones that we have.
Asset reported. Request acknowledged. Reporting a new asset.
And then we're going to rewild these guys.
En route to pick up the asset. Heading to pick up the asset. Assets in the air. Asset has been collected. Acknowledging asset collection request.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome you to the complex.
This good work is going straight on your permanent record. I'm kidding. There is no permanent record. Not one that's written down, at least.
Easy take here, 4 more dinosaurs. So the next thing that we're going to do is swap out the Gallimimus, just like we did with the Edmontons. And you do need to go in each time and remove that trait for each species of dinosaur. And then we are going to have a lot of work to do here. Actually, before we do that, get a quick picture, get some cash.
Assuming control. New assets reported.
has been collected. Asset transportation underway. Transportation underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Gallimimus to the park.
Transporting asset. Asset being transported. Asset transportation complete.
This good work is going straight on your permanent record. I'm kidding. There is no permanent record. Not one that's written down, at least.
Acknowledging asset collection request. Asset to be collected. Asset requiring collection. Heading to pick up the asset. Assets in the air. Collecting asset. Asset in transit. Transporting asset. Heading to collect the asset. Assets in the air.
Commencing synthesis procedure. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Gallimimus to the park.
Asset. Asset has been collected.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Gallimimus to the park. procedure. Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a new viewing gallery, ready for you to observe our magnificent animals.
If something is bothering the animals, we need to figure out what, and get on top of it. Panic isn't a fun thing for any living creature to feel.
Oh, that is unfortunate. That is a big hurricane through the middle of the park. That might be one of those unexpected curveballs for Jurassic difficulty.
the list.
Not a problem. New request received.
Commencing synthesis.
Collect an asset. Asset collection request received. Heading to pick up the asset.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Lystrosaurus to the park.
Transit has commenced.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Lystrosaurus to the park.
Delivery complete. Transportation underway.
Okay, we all need to remain calm. Stay cool, as it were. It's the animals that are stressed, not us. We're relaxed. Or at least we will be when you handle the on-edge dino.
Inconvenience experienced during our recent handling of anomalous events.
Asset delivered.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a
Asset transportation
Lystrosaurus to the
underway.
park.
Asset has been transported. Asset to be collected.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a
Asset has been collected.
to the park.
Confirming asset delivery. Asset being transported.
Security isn't just gates and patrols. It's also a state of mind. You have to stay calm, have an eye for detail, and see the threats that others can't. Consider that advice when approaching this next task.
Generator will...
Running soon.
Commencing Ladies and gentlemen, please rest assured that the well-being of our guests and animals is of paramount importance to us. The park remains open as usual. Procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Gallimimus to the park. We are pleased to welcome an Edmontosaurus to the park. Incubation personnel, please stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Lystrosaurus to the park.
Confirming task.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can now touch, feed, and admire our incredible prehistoric animals up close at the Gentle Giants encounter. Commencing synthesis procedure. Incubation complete. Prepare asset for release. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Struthiomimus to the park.
Security should be proactive first, instead of reactive to disaster later. From your recent performance, I think you understand that.
Okay, we are right up against the 2-star limit. We just need a little bump here in terms of maybe it's the maintenance, maybe it's like one more juvenile dinosaur getting born. Infrastructure maintenance is 99%. That's getting hit just a little bit. We just need this little push to open up the next part of the map, and then things will get very, very easy from there. I can't upgrade my paths because I don't have the guest coverage that we need. Everything's at 100%. Yeah, they just want species, and they just want juvenile dinosaurs. So let's see, what are we doing here with the Struthios? Do the Struthios need a small nest? Maybe that's the issue. Nope, they need a medium nest, so they should be okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Gallimimus to the park.
Let's just get the other type of attractions in here. That will get some additional guests, and that might get us over that little bit of a bump that we're at to get to the 2-star limit here. These other dinosaurs, they just have big requirements in terms of area. I don't want to throw, and the Packies, they don't get along with a lot of other dinosaurs. I just want to hold off on those for a second here. Let's see if we can get that 2-star limit. All right, so we can tuck this in here and get an elevated view of the Listros. That should work. Oh, that did it. Okay, perfect. Great.
You got this park a star! Great stuff. Hey, get us to 5 stars and I'll get your name tattooed on my back. That was a joke, huh? Don't you hold me to that.
Okay, and perfect. We get the wide path. Let's get that going. Okay, so that gets us over the hump. We have plenty of money. We have dinosaurs. We have profitability. Everything is on cruise control at this point. Again, I did the wrong approach at the beginning there. A super slow start. We are not going to make the par time. There's no way. But everything else is set up now that we should have a pretty smooth cruise to the finish line into getting this achievement. So you can bail now. You can jump to that end where I give the 5-star park review, see if there is any curveballs that came up. But otherwise, we're just going to be playing the game now and grinding out the rest of those requirements to get to the next milestone, which, let's see, is what, 3.5 stars. Doing that. So we're just going to build out here. We're going to continue to build, continue to make enclosures. We're going to remove the Fussy trait before we add any new dinosaurs. So we can do plenty of build here, another build here, and then we'll have a path going out around the whole thing. And then we'll get to 3.5 stars. That will open up this area. And again, I think we'll cruise. The 5-star push may be tough. There might be tons of dino species, and we may have to like compact our park and make sure we've got lots of dinos in together here. But we'll see how that goes when we get there. I'm not expecting too much difficulty. So I'm going to throw down a save here. I am going to end my recording here, but there'll be no interruption in the video. We'll just pick up right at the next point when I come back and finish the run.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Lystrosaurus to the park.
Damage sound, but I'm on it.
Synthesis procedure complete. Communication personnel, please stand by.
Asset requiring collection.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an ornithomimus to the park.
Transportation underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an ornithomimus to the park.
The ornithomimus, or bird mimic, has a remarkably large brain for its size. The areas dedicated to movement and coordination are especially well developed, fitting for a dinosaur that can reach such impressive speeds. It makes you wonder if bird brain is as savage an insult as some might think.
Asset transported. Heading to pick up the asset.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an ornithomimus to the park.
Assets in the air. Adding task. asset has been delivered.
Brilliant work. There's a reason we all rely on your expertise.
Synthesis procedure. Incubation personnel.
That's what I'm talking about. Great juvenile animal, great photo, great work. We've got a sick animal, and no one wants to see that. You know what I do want to see, though? You getting that animal the right treatment.
Security should be proactive first, instead of reactive to disaster later. From your recent performance, I think you understand that.
Incubation personnel, please stand by. Ladies.
Heading to collect the asset. Collecting asset.
Ladies and gentlemen. Depart.
Transporting asset.
We are pleased to welcome and omit among
Assets in the air. Transporting asset. Asset delivered. Confirming asset delivery. copy.
Attention personnel. We have detected power outages across the site. Available personnel.
Collecting asset. En route to collect the asset.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Pachycephalosaurus to the park.
Transportation underway. Confirmed.
Being added to the list.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Pachycephalosaurus to the park.
Asset in transit. Collecting asset. Acknowledging asset collection request. Asset requiring collection.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Pachycephalosaurus to the park.
Transporting asset. Confirming asset delivery.
Tourist to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, for your comfort, we've increased the hotel
Asset transportation in progress. Asset has been transported. Asset has been collected. Delivery has been completed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a new
I mean, at least the dinosaurs are fighting each other rather than us. But even so, I don't like to see it. Makes me nervous.
Asset has been collected. Delivery complete. Confirming asset delivery.
Incubation complete. Prepare asset for release.
You just earned us a star, but what, are you expecting a compliment? Because you should be. You're fantastic.
Additional task.
Sure thing.
Efficiency like you've shown can only be the marker of great ambition. I think you and I share that quality.
Procedure.
Picking up asset. En route to collect the asset.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Maiasaura to the park.
Commencing asset transit. Transportation complete. En route to pick up the asset. Asset collection request received. Asset delivery confirmed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Maiasaura to the park.
Assets in the air. Asset delivered.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome you to this secure
I trust you have the skills and expertise to handle this task. I often have my head wrapped up in bigger picture planning. It's nice to know that the hard work on the ground is being handled so expertly.
Transportation complete.
You're turning out to be someone that I can truly rely on. And my trust is not something that many have managed to earn.
Transportation complete. task. It's on the to-do list. Responding to repair request.
Objective feels like a pretty formal word, but I think we should try and get this done.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a new viewing gallery, ready for you to observe our magnificent animals.
No problem.
We'll get on it.
Commencing synthesis.
Asset to be collected.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Corythosaurus to the park.
Asset being transported. Commencing asset transit. Confirming asset delivery. Asset transportation in progress. Asset transportation complete. Asset collection request received. Asset delivered. Transporting asset.
Inbound storm. Yes, I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Corythosaurus to the park.
Asset transportation in progress. Confirming asset delivery.
Wow, you're pretty impressive to see in action. Maybe I should be making notes on you instead of the dinosaurs.
En route to collect the asset. Heading to collect the asset. En route to collect the asset.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome the Parasaurolophus to the park.
Asset has been collected.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Parasaurolophus to the park.
Transporting asset. Asset has been delivered. Confirming task. No problem.
Parasaurolophus to the park.
Got that. I can fix it up. On my way to that repair. Asset transportation underway. Asset delivery confirmed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Parasaurolophus to the park.
Asset transportation in progress. Delivery complete. En route to collect the asset. Asset delivery confirmed. Asset being transported.
Oh yeah, our guests are gonna love that.
asset has been delivered. En route to repair.
Security should be proactive first, instead of reactive to disaster later. From your recent performance, I think you understand that.
I can tell that you'll be as excited about this task as I am. Get out there and hit it out the park. Wow! At this rate, we'll need to add "Home to the world's most efficient park manager" to the brochure. Nicely done. Our hard work in the background means that the dinosaurs get to be center stage. And that was some hard work right there.
Transit has commenced. Asset transportation complete. Patrolling the route. Patrolling the area. Resuming patrol. Adding to the list. No problem. Request acknowledged. Acknowledged. Setting additional task.
Commencing synthesis procedure.
Asset collection request received. En route to pick up the asset.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a homolocephaly to the park.
Transportation underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a homolocephaly to the park.
Asset transportation in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Delivery
we are
complete.
pleased to welcome a
Asset
homolocephaly
has
to
been
the
collected.
park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased
The strongest, most dominant animal in a pack tends to take the role of alpha, of leader. It seems that hierarchy of the strong is taking place here too.
Asset requiring collection. En route to pick up the asset. Asset to be collected. Asset has been delivered.
I spend a lot of time just observing the dinosaurs and making notes on their behavior. I lose hours like that, and that's time lost on my tasks, too. Could you help with this one?
Asset has been transported.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a
Assets
homolysis
in
to
the air.
park.
Delivery complete. Assets in the air. No problem. Confirmed.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Asset
we are
delivered.
pleased to welcome a homolysis
Asset transportation underway.
Attention personnel, please welcome your new park colleagues joining us today.
Asset has been transported. Asset transportation complete.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a new viewing gallery, ready for you to out on patrol magnificent animals.
Confirmed.
Not a problem.
Collecting asset. Asset collection request received.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Allura Titan to the park.
Asset has been collected.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Allura Titan to the park.
Asset transportation in progress. Asset has been delivered.
We are pleased to welcome an Allura Titan to the park.
Asset transportation underway.
Cuidado al subir y bajar del vehículo del recorrido.
Confirming asset delivery.
Wow, you're pretty impressive to see in action. Maybe I should be making notes on you instead of the dinosaurs.
Heading to collect the asset. En route to collect the asset. Confirming asset delivery.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Allura Titan to the park.
Assets in the air. Commencing asset transit. transported.
Commencing. Commencing synthesis procedure. Procedure complete. Installation personnel.
Asset collection request received. Inbound on that repair request.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Amargasaurus to the park.
Transportation underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Amargasaurus to the
Transport
park.
asset. Asset has been delivered. En route to pick up the asset.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Amargasaurus to the park.
Asset has been collected. Transportation complete. Asset transported.
Ladies and gentlemen, our restroom is now open to use for whenever nature calls.
Attention, moto à bord.
No problem.
Please stand by for the returning helicopter.
Okay, that unlocks 3.5 stars and the new area of the map. So as we can see, we get a big chunk. We were getting a little tight there. We definitely had room for 2 or 3 more dinosaurs. But now we have the rest of the map, and we can see the requirements for the 5-star park. And thankfully, one of the things that makes this mission one of the easier ones, in my view, there's no guest requirement. All we have to do is release certain numbers of dinosaurs and make a certain amount of profit. So we have to make sure the dinosaurs are comfortable. We are doing that. We have to increase the total number of species. It's only 16. I think it was 15 or 16 on the medium difficulty as well. So that is very easy. We're just 4 away. And then we need to have 70 naturally bred dinosaurs. Oh, leave the nest. Okay, so I thought that was in the park. I had it in my head that there had to be these juvenile dinosaurs in the park. They just have to leave the nest and then they can mature. So I was holding off on some of the nests in my other enclosures because I didn't want them to grow into adults. And then I hit this part and now they're all adults and I have to make a whole bunch of new juvenile dinosaurs. But all the ones that you make count. So we're going to do that as well. We're going to get the nests put in first so that we can have those dinos coming out of the nest, get that total up, and then we'll continue on and get our 4 additional dinosaur species, and then the income per minute will be very easy. 1 more set of small amenities. We'll probably put those up at the top of the map where I have that big loop coming around, and this should be done. We're probably 30 minutes away. We'll see how that holds up, but that's my prediction for getting this done. Okay, we definitely want to get the ornithios going here. They need probably, what, a small or a medium nest? And then who do we have here? The Crithios, these guys are big. Is it a large nest? Nope, still a medium. And these guys are on the smaller side. Yep, small nest for them. They like multiple nests, so we'll put down 1, 2. We'll give them a third. Okay, and some of these guys like to be hidden from guests. Can I tuck one in the back here?
requiring collection.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Centausaurus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, after an unexpected outage, power has now been restored across the site. Thank you for your patience and understanding.
Setting additional task. Adding to the list.
We'll get to that next.
Asset in transit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Centausaurus to the park.
Transportation underway. Asset has been delivered.
Stand by for the return.
Asset being transported. Asset delivery confirmed. Ready to pick up the asset.
That's a good-looking nest. Let's hope the dinosaurs like it as much as me.
Transportation underway. Asset transported.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome Edmontosaurus to the park.
Asset in transit. Confirming asset delivery.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel. Commencing synthesis procedure.
Transportation complete.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Pachycephalosaurus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a new viewing gallery, ready for you to observe our magnificent animals.
Asset collection request received.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Metaborasaurus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to
Assets
welcome
in the
the
air.
Analora Titan to the park.
Aw, the Muttaborasaurus might look a little awkward, but you should see the size of the herds this animal can thrive in. It's a remarkably social dinosaur, and is pretty friendly with other herbivores to boot. But are you surprised? I mean, who wouldn't want to hang out with a face like that?
Task received. We are pleased to confirm the asset delivery.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome Parasaurolophus to the park.
Great progress so far. And with job satisfaction like this, who needs silly things like workplace benefits, right? Still you. Can't blame a guy for trying.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Corythosaurus to the park.
Request acknowledged.
We'll add it to the list.
Heading to collect the asset. Asset to be collected. transportation underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Mutaburosaurus to the park. Transit has commenced. Delivery complete. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Mutaburosaurus to the park.
Adding task. Adding to the list. Confirmed. Understood. Asset transportation complete. Delivery complete.
We are pleased to welcome Dinosaurus to the park.
En route to pick up the asset.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an iguanodon to the park.
Transporting asset. Assets in the air. Delivery has been completed. Asset has been delivered.
Efficiency like you've shown can only be the marker of great ambition. I think you and I share that quality.
New objective incoming.
We're both busy people, so let me be direct. I have a task I'd like completing, and I think you're the one for the job.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an iguanodon to the park.
You're turning out to be someone that I can truly rely on. And my trust is not something that many have managed to earn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Syntalsaurus to the park. Commencing synthesis procedure.
Picking up asset. We are
Ladies and gentlemen,
asset in transit.
Attention personnel. Please stand by for the returning helicopter.
Asset has been delivered. Heading to pick up the asset.
ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Archaeornithomimus to the park.
Acknowledged. Underway. Bring it up. Asset has been collected.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Archaeornithomimus to the park.
Transportation complete.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a new viewing gallery, ready for you to observe our magnificent animals. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Archaeornithomimus to the park.
transported. Acknowledging asset collection request.
Okay, final countdown here. We just need 4 more dinosaurs to get released from a nest. And do any of these have dinosaurs in them? We're going to be really close here.
Commencing asset transit.
I'm guessing some of these dinosaurs are older now, so they're not looking to repopulate. Let's see. All of these nests are unoccupied. I just need like one more batch here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Archaeornithomimus to the park.
Assets in the air. Asset has been transported.
We are pleased to welcome an
And we can see there is a mechanic in the game. Some of these guys, they reach a max population, and then they won't use the nest anymore. So that's good to know that there is something that won't let them just go out of control and overwhelm the enclosure that they're in. But I might have hit all of the maximum populations here. Yeah, we're definitely running up against it. So we're going to need just a little bit of a push here to get those last 4 dinosaurs.
Confirming asset delivery.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Archaeornithomimus to the park.
Commencing asset transit. Asset delivery confirmed. Acknowledging asset collection request. Asset collection request received. Assets in the air. Asset has been transported. Asset being transported. Delivery complete. Transit has commenced.
Okay, this should do it. We were able to use, instead of having to just wait for this to happen naturally, you can go into a nest and create a plan and then select 2 of the dinosaurs and assign scientists to kind of help move things along a little quicker there. And so this was successful. It improves the chances of success based on the comfort of the nest and how well the dinosaurs are matched. And we can see we are going to get 4 dinosaurs leaving the nest in 1 minute and 5 seconds. And that's how many dinosaurs we need. So as this timer ticks down, that should be the final trigger here for the achievement and the completion of this challenge run.
Well, well, look at you making the world a better place for dinosaurs, one park at a time. And seeing as I hired you, look at me making the world a better place too, huh? Feels good doing good, doesn't it?
And Dig Deep unlocked for completing the Badlands challenge on Jurassic difficulty. So, as expected, that really slow start put us well behind the par time. The big thing that I did that, again, completely fine, completely successful, but slowed things down is I went and got the Expedition Center and Expeditions up and running first. I should have ignored that. You start with the genome of 3 dinosaurs, so just get those settled first. You need to build the hatchery, you need to build the enclosures. You're going to have them fussy. They're going to be fighting a little bit for the environmental needs, but there is enough space. Do that first. Get the park profitable. And then once those 3 are settled, then you have money coming in. Go for the expeditions and expand your roster. I did it the other way first, and it slowed things down. I did get lucky. I was hoping to get big hit fossils that were worth a lot of money that I could sell to keep the operation going. And it didn't quite work out that way. It was a slow grind. Early on, I didn't get any of those big hits. And then finally I did, which helped, but it was way, way slower than it would have been to do it the other way around. So a quick look at the 5-star park. This one, again, not a challenge here. You start with a little bit of a limited area until you get to 2 stars, but just use those first 3 dinos, get some juveniles going. That will help increase your park rating to get you to the 2 stars. When you do that, it opens up this second area, and you can see there's plenty of space. Nothing is really a challenge. Just build pens, put in dinosaurs that like each other. The Paraceraphilus and the Myosauras like each other. Put them together. The Pachyes and the Amagrosaurus, they like each other. Put them together, right? And then just build out slowly. Keep the environmental needs met. Give them a little extra space so you can have some juveniles come in through that nest program. And then make sure you're just diversifying your types of attractions. We've got remote viewing, we've got zip lines, we've got a balloon tour, we've got a Jurassic tour with the Jeeps, and you're just building the game. It's very, very little challenge other than that first start. The one little curveball that did happen, big storms, hurricanes, tornadoes come through and rip up the park every 5, 6, 7 minutes. But you don't have big carnivores, so even when my fences broke, it wasn't a big deal to get things back under control. I didn't have dinosaurs flooding out and terrorizing the guests and eating people and crashing my safety rating. They were pretty calm about it, but do keep some maintenance people on hand with tasks free to do those repairs when those storms come through. And that was it. Other than that, slowly build it out. Do early. Again, one of the things I held back on was the nest. I didn't want my juveniles to grow up, but that's fine. The counter tracks that. As long as they leave the nest, that's a requirement met for the 5-star achievement. So as we built up here, we were working to the 3.5 stars, and that unlocked this last final area, which we barely touched. We just started going into this with the last dino that we needed to get the final requirements for the 5-star. So plenty of space, plenty of time, very little challenge here other than a little bit of a grind at the start with the Fussy trait, which can be removed through research and technology. So get the park profitable, get that first 2 stars going, remove the Fussy trait. You can then rewild all the Fussy dinosaurs and start fresh with ones that have the trait removed, and build out every time you're putting a new species in, remove the Fussy trait first, and you will have no problem with this achievement. So that's my achievement guide for Dig Deep, how you defeat the Badlands challenge on Jurassic difficulty. I hope the video was helpful. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you next time.